Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art.
RIX-13. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers. Congratulations, Zeph, for being the first viewer on my stream for the 14th time. Thank you so much for your support. I see you are celebrating the occasion by flipping a table and then flipping 2 tables at the same time. That's a feat. Though I'm not necessarily following the idea with you turning into a vampire along the way. I mean, that's one way to celebrate. But I really like those emojis. Now, they are not emojis. I do believe they are called something else. What was the word for it? I wonder if I remember. It's the Japanese emoji. Cow emoji, I think. I'm not sure about the pronunciation, but I actually just happened upon that term when I was making a post about the Windows emoji keyboard, which is a lovely shortcut that I use quite often since I post my Blue Sky posts from a PC. Planet Riz. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows what is on this planet? I certainly don't. Now, before I start, I have to admit something. Lately I've been feeling rather tired. Or maybe we are past that point and the proper word would be exhausted. And so I was wondering why, but I honestly don't know the reason behind it. It might be just my age catching up to me, because I am certainly getting old. And as much as I try to be more youthful on my streams, well, the truth is I am anything but. What age? Oh, an old age. You don't know it yet, you're right. You are young. I mean, just listen to yourself. You talk like the youths of today. You got old and grey in South Dakota colony. Really? Really? I got to live that long? That's rare. Whenever I join someone's game as an NPC, I mostly die. Horribly, let me tell you. I joined Zev's RimWorld, I think 3 different times, and well, I think 2 of the 3 times I died. The 3rd time I didn't, and Zev got so bored of that fact that they just completely left that colony behind. Yeah. I just learned their slang. Yes, because you are one of them. It's perfectly understandable. Your age group shapes your language, right? So today I will be acting a bit more like myself. And that means you get an old Dreadist. And who knows how this will go? I certainly don't, but maybe it will be something fun, because today's game is certainly something of a surprise, even to myself. And I lost my spark there. They took away my murderous tendencies. Oh, poor Zev. That is terrible. That is indeed terrible. I'm not. I'm a millennial. M-I-L-L-E-N-I-A-L. Millennial. You see, you're right. Is trying to act like a millennial, and then doing a spelling bee, like he's in 4th grade. You see, it's goodness. But my sister is Gen Z. I'm just all-knowing, you see? That's the way to go. But I am an actual millennial. Why don't you believe me? Well, maybe you are. in age, but in style, you certainly are more youthful than I am. So enjoy it, because let me tell you, it does not last forever. And since Zeph is trying to boop me, I guess it's time to go to the game screen and present to you today's game while getting booped, because that's how we roll. Heh, old. Yes, I'm old. My back. Why did I say that like a goat? Ah, goodness. Your poor back. Is it Hello Kitty Island Adventure? Why is everyone so crazed about that game? I don't know. Maybe I will have to check it out. A lot of people mentioning it, so it must be really good. Or maybe it's terrible. It's one of the two. I don't know, maybe it's because Hello Kitty? I don't know anything about Hello Kitty. So, I know I probably said it a million times since it happened, but my PlayStation Plus subscription ran out. And that means that I look for games on discounts to play and show my viewers. Now, as much as it is a bit inconvenient to always look for new games, I see it as an opportunity to try out some really fun indie games, because part of the subscription are mostly big AAA games that are well known. And so during one of my browsing sessions of dirt cheap games, I stumbled upon this game called Planet RIX-13. That's actually not a dash is longer, that's a hyphen. It starts with people jumping out of a plane. Ooh, intriguing. My nose is getting itchy. So, when I look for these games on sale, I don't really have high expectations, to be honest, because most of these cheap indie games are early attempts of their developers, maybe their first game getting ported to a console, and they are not as well thought out or polished as some of the big indie titles. But I do like playing them because they have some really interesting ideas and some fresh new mechanics here and there. But there are a few things that I check. One of them is that it has no AI, generated AI assets in them. And in the case of this game, I think that's not the case because it's a bit older. The second thing is that they work, because there are many really cheap games that are so bugged that they are pretty much unplayable, or they are just made to be ran through for the trophies, which I don't care about. I don't want a game just to get quote-unquote free trophies. And the third thing that I try to do, stop with the booping. Ow, that was my eye. The third thing I try to check is the rating of the game. Now, again, I'm not looking for something crazy, but I try to find games with at least an overall positive review. I mostly check Steam because that's the easiest. And in the case of, let's say, Home, that I played earlier, I looked at the reviews and they were mostly positive. They pointed out a few flaws in the game that I can mostly agree with, and I decided let's play it. Now, in the case of this game, however, I was greeted with a pleasant surprise, because this game on Steam has a really high positive overall review rating. The only things that the reviews even pointed out not being so great about it is the fact that it's rather short and it's not as complicated. But again, I don't really expect a game for €1 being 10 hours long and bringing in as many features as a Yakuza game would. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this game has to offer. And one lovely detail is we have a platinum trophy. Would you believe that? One of my Sims in Sims 3 got a plate stuck in her hand. She's gonna live like that forever. In the game, still gets more bug fixes than EA. Wait, what? A plate. Like a plate you eat from. And it just stuck in her hand. Forever. I mean, she can eat wherever she wants, so that's an upside. Yeah, she was eating and then it got stuck. Oh goodness. You know, it's actually fascinating to me. There are many companies who develop games, or that develops games, and more often I see that indie developers care more about bug fixes than the ginormous developers and publishers out there, which is quite upsetting. Now, when it comes to the games that I play, or I played on Steam and PlayStation so far, I haven't ran into too many bugs, which is interesting. If I only look at the games that I played on stream and not just in my free time, Resident Evil games are rather good overall. I don't really remember running into any crazy bugs. Carrion was good. In Little Nightmares, I think I had one bug somewhere. It wasn't even a bug, the game just crashed. Amnesia, I did not run into any bugs really. Except maybe there was one where a gatherer kind of got stuck in a room for a bit. But overall, I did not have that many encounters with bugs. I like Sims, but EA sucks. But that's the thing. Maybe why my experiences are rather bug free is because I don't really play EA games or Ubisoft games, and I think they have a reputation when it comes to games with many bugs. Or even Bethesda, because their engine is rather old, but I don't play any of their newer games or really older games. So I'm happy that most of my streams are not filled with bugs, because one thing is for sure: trophy hunting can be fun. It can be frustrating, but if you have to redo things because the game is bugged, that is always frustrating. I hope not to run into bugs. I'm grass type. I'm weak to them. Alright, you are green. They just chew you up. I emptied my water trap. Water trap! Throws ladybug. Oh, that's rude. Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. Don't mention it. I have to redo the game. Deep in the dread. Oh, yes. I heard that Schmoozer played that game, and somehow she managed to play through the game and not get achievements related to the story. And let me tell you, when you play through a game, as the trophy hunters say, there are two types of trophies. There are missable and unmissable. Now, the story-related ones, since you have to play through the story kind of, those are mostly the ones you cannot miss. But if the game is, well, a bit buggy, then this happens. Deep in the Dread, yes. I don't know anything about it. I think it's an indie game exclusive to PC. No, yes. I haven't checked the trophies before, but that is understandable. I don't like checking trophies in advance because I don't want to spoil anything, but since I started playing these indie titles and buying these cheaper games, I tend to at least check the trophy guides to see if there are any missable or really buggy trophies. Because actually I do remember that I played a Lego game a long time ago, and I did not check the trophies, I was just playing it. I think it was a game by 2K. And there was a trophy for reaching some really high level. And I played the game. I think I got pretty close to the end of the game. I also collected a bunch of things along the way. I reached this level. I did not get the trophy. And so I looked online, what the heck is going on, and as it turned out, that trophy is a bit buggy. And so what the trophy hunters recommended is, before you reach that level, you make a save, you back up that save file, and then you try it. And if you got it, wonderful. If you haven't, well, you load your old save. But because I didn't check in advance, I didn't know that. And there are no save slots in that game. You always override the previous one. And so the only way to get the trophy now would be to restart the game and play through some 20 hours and get all of the collectibles that I already got, because I don't have all of them now. And so I decided, well, I think I'm not finishing that game. So in some ways, I learned to check and double check. If there's some tricky business going on, it's better to know in advance. How is everyone doing? Well, I'm doing rather tiredly. As I said in the beginning of the stream, I'm feeling old. So today you get an old Dreadist stream. How was that for Dread? Dread was not present. Save corrupted. Your device will explode now. Oh yes, corrupted save files are also wonderful to deal with. I don't think I had that kind of problem with my PlayStation. It's more of a PC thing, at least for me. But there are some rather interesting problems with games. I remember one really interesting case of software troubles. There is a horror series called Fatal Frame. Hopefully one day I will be able to show it to you. And a few years ago, the 5th title in the series was released, and then later on, oh, it's just Instagram for ghosts. Yes, it is. And I still think there is a reference to it in Resident Evil 3, even though I'm not sure. And later on, years later, the 4th game was released as well. Now you might be asking, why was the 4th game released after the 5th? And the reason is the 4th was exclusive to Japan for a long time, and then they did a worldwide release. And there was this promotion that if you had a save file, I think, of the 5th game, then you unlock something in the 4th. And so people were looking forward to getting that extra item. And quite a lot of people reported that they got the new game, they downloaded it, they downloaded the old one, and it just crashed. It did not work. What the heck is going on? And so people were trying to figure out what is happening. And in these games, you are taking pictures of ghosts. And these pictures you can actually save in the game to a gallery. If you created a nice one, it's kind of like a built-in photo mode, if you will. And as it turns out, your entire gallery with all those pictures are stored together with the save file. And when the new game tried to check the save file, if you had too many images, the file was just too big and it couldn't read it and it crashed. And someone, I think on Reddit, figured it out that, oh, that's why. Because for some people it worked, but they didn't have that many images, except no one thought of that. Everyone was thinking of, it's a regional thing, it's maybe it's the digital versus the physical edition, it's whatever. And so the fix was, well, delete your gallery, it works. So it's always fascinating to me that computers are like a puzzle when you work with them, and you just have to figure out where the logic fails. Let's go to Japan, that's one way. But I think the Japanese edition was only available in Japanese, which is unfortunate to those not speaking Japanese. But let me take a sip of my tea. Delightful. Let's start this game up. Now this game, as you can see, is one with pixel graphics. As far as I know, it's a 2D side-scroller kind of game. And it has a rather simple story. Now I'm not sure why it is that I started this stream having a short monologue while Zep was booping my nose, and now I'm trying to give you the summary of this game while Schmoozer is mussing up my hair. Let's not get caught up on that. So the story is that we play as an astronaut of sorts, and we are tasked with looking for planets suitable for life. Everything goes rather well, but while we are searching for the next candidate, some sort of an accident happen, or maybe multiple, happen on our ship, and so we have to land on the titular planet and our search for a planet suitable for life turns into a quest of survival and trying to find a way to escape. So let's see what we have here. Now I have to say that's already rather peculiar, because I cannot move around on this screen with the D-pad, only with the left analog stick. That's quite something. What is that? Oh my goodness, not hell. What is that emoticon? What happened to that poor snake? Oh goodness. You don't know? Alright. I will have to check on them. So we have English language, sounds, environment, and we have an about. Okay, Nine Eyes Game Studio. Apparently it was created by one person. Spinning the snake. That is a pregnant milk. What? Oh goodness. Here we go again. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do, and that is to start a new game. Okay. While trying to land, your ship broke down, and only by some miracle you managed to survive. And now our ship is on fire, which is not good. You have to find a way to leave this planet. You see, I like that. Right away, we have a mission that I'm assuming will be carried over the entire game. I have to prepare some stuff, so don't worry about it. It's more than fine. I hope whatever you're doing will go just perfectly. But first of all, you need a medical help. Just one, not multiple. You can see some constructions to the east of the crash site, which I'm assuming is to the right. Okay. Controls. The movement is the left analog stick. Use is the cross. The inventory is the square, and the journal is the triangle. Alright, so this is us. And apparently my ship is radioactive. Great news! My inventory is empty. Do I have a health bar of some sort? My journal is also empty. Okay, well, I guess I only have one way, and that is to follow the ominously floating arrow pointing to the right. But I do have to say right away, the graphics look nice. I do like the background. I'm not necessarily sure if the character is moving on a grid or not. I think the character moves freely, much like these little specks floating in the air. And while I was trying to move, I already figured out a rather funny thing. Because we have to move with the left analog stick, you can decide the speed at which you move. And if you go, let's say, halfway, then you are walking. All the way, you are kind of strolling. But if you move really, really slowly, just a tad bit, you can slide. Ha ha! We are sliding. And that's about how far we can go. We have a map. Okay. So I am there. Well, the only place I can choose is the laboratory BO2. So I'm assuming that's where we are going. But I do like the map here. It's really simple, but it has that sci-fi-esque effect. Okay, so here we are, and apparently if I move to an arrow, then I can travel between locations. Place of crash is the one to the left, and the right one is this laboratory. And there's a fence around here. Now, the thing is, we don't know anything about this planet, so the fact that there is a laboratory here is a bit of a surprise. Let's see what we have. Living room. Medical point. Pile of stones. You are too weak now to break this blockage. Leave. Okay, so I just have to muscle up a bit, heal the character, and then we can burst through those rocks. Alright, back to the corridor. No, I'm not going back to the corridor. What do we have here? Compute card. Item received, compute card. Compute card. Universal computing device can be used as a server computer. I mean component. Okay, that's extremely useful. Now obviously anyone in their right mind would try to find some kind of a medicine or a first aid kit or something like that, but definitely not me. Broken computer. Ooh, someone got really upset during a League of Legends tournament, it seems. The computer screen is damaged. Yes, I saw that much. The graphics are simple, but I do like them. Safe. Okay, so I'm assuming we need a 4-digit code. Alright. So far so good. I can't check these lockers. Medical point. That sounds delightful to me. My old bones require some medical assistance. Why is that bed bloody? Medical capsule. Autonomous device designed for the medical help. I mean autonomous. So it just works on its own. But I guess we have to use the capsule. That's it. I'm all good now? Well, that was quick. Why don't I have one of these on my ship? Well, I guess now I'm strong enough to brave this blockage. These stones are blocking your path. Well, remove them. You see, the budget was too small for animating all of these, so get used to the fade to black effect. But it's understandable. One of those fans are spinning and the other one is filled with some green gunk. What is that? I don't want to move around here if there's a bunch of mold spores in the air. That's not good for your lungs. Okay, let's see this workshop. Oh, a working computer. Error. Server number 1 is not available. Well, use number 2. Okay, well, where do I have to put the server then? I do have the server. Scheme of power grid. Routing of power cables. Study. New location, reactor. Also, it's the entire power grid. It's not only the cables within this base, but around the planet. I see. 3D printer. Error, low power level, 31%. So I'm assuming we will have to do something with that reactor if we want to use this 3D printer. But first, I think I have to do something with the server. So this was the workshop and this is the server room. Main server. The screen displays the following text. The status of the server number 1, faulty. The status of the server number 2, faulty. But I do have server number 1, but you know, there's a lot of red in both of these. First, you need to restore the server number 1. Understood. We have to work in numerical order. Some components of this server are faulty. Replace the compute card in slot number 1 or slot number 3. Okay. Well, let's pick this one up. It's another compute card. So I have 2 identical ones. Well, let's replace the first one. Some components of this server are faulty. Okay, let's replace number 3. It seems all server components are fully operational. That's lovely, and now all the lights are green. But there's a tiny problem. I don't have any more servers for server number 2. Some components of this server are faulty. I guess we will not worry about those. The screen displays the following text. The status of the server number 1 active and number 2 faulty. So I guess we only need the first one, since that was the one the computer mentioned. And we only had 2 components, and the first server had 2 faulty components based on the red LEDs, whereas the second one had 3. So we didn't have enough for that. Delivery problems. New note. Okay. Let's see. The cargo landed absolutely in the wrong place. Great start. Moreover, it seems there were problems with the landing. One of the containers was deformed and power supplies were damaged. Fortunately, some of them still remained undamaged. But it's impossible to get to them without a good radiation protection. I see. Alright, so this is from 2347. Oh, I think that... Well, it's a good question. Is it February 11th? Or November 2nd? Which way are we reading that? The place of supplies drop. Ooh. A new location, the place of supplies. Okay, that's good to know. Matrix screen. New scheme. Matrix for 3D printer. Oh, screen, I see. Data is copied. Matrix screen. So we can use this in the 3D printer to create a new screen, I'm assuming for the computer, which will be important. Not sure why we can't use this computer screen there, but that would be too easy, I'm assuming. Or maybe there are these one-piece computers that you cannot take apart. Well, now we have plenty of places to go to, so we have the reactor and the supplies. But I guess I can't really go to the supplies because radiation. Yeah. Yeah, that broke indeed. So let's go to the reactor. Ooh, metal box. What is in you? Closed metal box with a painted radiation symbol. Well, you see, it could be that it's protective gear for radiation. But if it has a radiation symbol, I would assume it has something radioactive inside, so maybe just leave it for now. Let's see what's inside. Ooh, a hazmat suit, computer, and a switch. Is that the reactor there? I'm assuming from the green glow, which is an interesting belief of Hollywood and movies that radiation is green. It is not. But those seem like the same fuel cells, I'm assuming, than at the site of the supply drop. Except one here is empty. So I'm assuming we will need to do something about that. Reactor. Error. One of the power supplies is depleted. Okay. I guess we need to open this box. Item received. Anti-radiation filter. There was an anti-radiation filter inside the box. And why did you paint a radiation symbol on the box that had the anti-radiation filter inside? That's a bit backwards. Okay, and can I use that? It allows you to be temporarily exposed to radiation. So I don't have to use it or equip it. I'm good like this. I see. Well, in that case, I can go back to my crashed plane. Shipwreckage. It's amazing how you managed to survive in this disaster. Search the wreckage. Item received, navigation block. Also, we have a little counter there, showing how much time we can be near the radiation source. Navigation block. Standard module for calculating the trajectories of spaceships. Not sure how that will be important or useful, but it's good that we have it. And here in the journals we have the one document we found. I see. So now I can go back to the supply drop and really quickly pick up the wood mushrooms. Item received, wood mushrooms. What? A few purple mushrooms that are cut from a tree trunk. You know, I can take it, so... Okay, power supply. Yeah, pick it up and get the heck out of here. Power supply. Radioactive rod that is used in nuclear reactors. And that is just in our inventory, but... Well, it doesn't show us that we are in any danger, so let's believe that. I'm back. I'm in the wrong place. I have to go to the reactor. Silly me. Also, this door opens downwards, and I think the reactor opened... Oh, that opened downwards as well? Interesting design, because obviously it couldn't go up, because where would it go? It has no space for it. But I don't remember many sci-fi shows or anything like that that use such doors. Alright, well, I guess that I have to switch this. Oh, so it's an airlock system. Reactor. This energy rod is depleted. Replace the power supply. And get the heck out of here! No, you do not want to be near an active radioactive core or a nuclear reactor, but this is sci-fi, so it is somehow possible. Reactor. Energy level 54%. And I can change this. Okay, so I Oh, so I guess there is a sweet spot. I see, so we have to find the perfect balance where we hit 100%, like this. You know, it's a simple puzzle, but it is nice. And now, hopefully, we can go back to that 3D printer and use it. Well, hopefully. Where was that? I think it was in the workshop. I'm back! The device is ready to work. Lovely. Well, print computer screen. Item received, screen. Wonders of technology! It is indeed a wonder of technology. The device is ready to work. Well, I don't need anything else. I already have my gorgeous screen module for the computer. Imagine if technology would really reach this level where you could print any component you'd need to replace in whatever device you have. That would be quite something. Oh, there is an idle animation of the character looking left and right. It's a nice little detail. Is there one when he's standing like this? So we see a side view. Yes, there is. Okay, so now I have the screen and we needed that not here. Where did we need it? Was it in the living room? Yes, it was. The computer screen is damaged, but I can replace the screen. Item lost. Screen. More like used, but okay. Computer. Deciphering the runes. Number 6. Great. Where are the first 5 notes? Okay. Deciphering the runes. So we have rune number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I continue to work on deciphering the runes. Apparently, this group serves for the designation of certain plants. I see. Samples with different codes. So, maybe the mushroom I found is one of them. So now we know which symbol corresponds to which sample. But now we have to somehow make a connection between the plants and their sample codes. Location of laboratories. And maybe we will find answers there. So we have laboratory 1 and 3. Lovely! Well, let's go. This was laboratory number 2, so now we can go to number 1. Much the same. But it makes sense that every building would be the same shape and same size as well, because they are probably built from pre-made modules. Alright, can I do anything here? Not much. Oh, this is not good. This entire corridor caved in. Living room. Okay. So I'm assuming it will have pretty much the same layout as well. Computer. Password. Okay, we have a password. All construction work is finished and we can closely explore the object. Closely explore the object. What is the object? That sounds menacing. I set the day and month of my birthday as a password of the safe. I don't even know who you are. How would I know your date of birth? An object, indeed. And it is apparently a green object because it is written in green. I don't think there is a sense to worry about security, considering that we are the only people on this planet. Green object. Feral. Yes, maybe it's your secret, Urite, but I will crack the code. Radar station. Okay. Don't know why that is important, but we'll figure it out. Pile of garbage. Where is garbage? Well, let's search it. Among the garbage, you see a bottle with the inscription poison. I do not want to drink it. No. No, thank you very much. It's probably a trophy. Not gonna lie. But there is no save feature in the game. So let's try to not get ourselves killed in the first playthrough. So this is the laboratory instead of the medical bay that the other place had. Laboratory, Feral. Wow, this is really your game. I mean, pixel graphics? Computer, okay. Oh, white tiles. Oh, goodness. Matrix oxygen filter. So that's truly a laboratory. Yes, it is, of course. Well, they had a sign saying it is. Why would they lie? So now we can print an oxygen filter. Lovely. And what else do we have? Cave system. Okay, so we found a cave. But it also looks like one. Yeah, and there are fans, and there's a safe, and there's a clock, and a compute card that I will shamelessly pick up. Yes, it's the same server component. Let's see, what is this? Access to the object. It seems that we cannot clear the way with explosives. The material that was used in the construction of the temple is too strong to be damaged without a threat of harm to the object. So there's nothing left to do but continue looking for the remaining crystals. Ooh, so the crystals are like a key. Dread, I haven't eaten because I'm cleaning my room. Well, stop cleaning your room and eat something, please. You can continue cleaning afterwards. Don't worry, the dust will not run away. Definitely. I can assure you. If you leave your room now, when you return, everything will be in the exact same position. No one will clean it up for you. No, room dirty. Look, if you... That would be convenient though. Can the dust run away? Yes, the little dust kittens running away. Look, if you just go and eat something, just 10 minutes, nothing bad will happen if you leave the dust where it is for another 10 minutes. I don't think they will feel lonely or anything like that, okay? Just imagine like in that UFO 50 game where the little girl explored the room, right? Let the Dust Kingdom just enjoy their existence for another 15 minutes or so. What you say? In addition, complaints of well-being among the staff became more frequent over the last few days. Some workers even say that they began to see hallucinations. Ooh. No. As much as I respect Urite's... what would be the right word? Determination when it comes to games and collecting. His stubbornness is quite something to deal with. So here's the deal. What you say that while the ads are running, you go and get yourself something to eat. Just 3 minutes. You see, I will even change here to the just chatting screen. What you say? Get yourself something nice. Maybe a nice cup of tea, like I have. Some tea never hurt anyone, except if it was poisoned, but then I have nothing to do with it. But I'm cleaning! Wait, no, you're not cleaning, you're cleaning. That's an interesting stress you put on that word. Yes, but I would say take a break, but I don't really think you're right. They can accept that concept of taking a break, so I have to find another word for it. Oh, right. What if while you are cleaning, you also ate something? Not because you have to. No. Because it's multitasking, right? Because you have to eat and you have to clean your room, and now you're doing both at the same time. So that's actually better if you look at the time management, right? What's a break? What happens to necks when they are around me? But let's not get into that. No, I don't have enough arms. Okay. Not enough arms. What kind of cleaning are you doing exactly? So what are you tackling right now? What kind of cleaning can be done without arms? Not many. Dusty room. Okay. Well. Here's the thing. Maybe you can get something to eat, and while you are eating, you can think about a strategy to undust your room in a more efficient way, right? So you can create a plan for it, and then the entire cleaning process will be much easier and quicker. What you say? That sounds like a reasonable plan. After all, if you're doing something, you need to have a plan. If you walk into a laboratory, you are not doing something just out of the blue. You need to have a plan. I already did that. I am cleaning. Ooh, this will be a tough cookie. How long you been cleaning? Cookie? Yes, a cookie is what you should be eating. Oh goodness. What can we do? No, cleaning. Yes, cleaning. Well, maybe you should extend the scope of your cleaning operation, and instead of just cleaning your room, maybe you should put some different food items on a plate and clean those by eating them. So then the plate is clean, right? My desk is the only thing remaining. We all know that the person's desk is the most clustered and dusty place in the room. That sounds like a trap. Why would a plate be a trap? You are not living in Sims 3. Don't worry, it will not get stuck in your hand. You just take a plate and clean some items out of the refrigerator, perhaps. That's a sort of cleaning, after all. What you say? It's certainly not a trap. My evil, evil scheme is coming to fruition. Maybe he's actually considering it. My plates are already clean. Well, how can you know? You just said you haven't eaten today. I don't need to dirty them up to clean them after. That's kind of a fair point. Well, yes, but on your to-do list you have eating. So you have to get that done later or sooner, you know, and you don't want to do it at the last possible second because that would be unprofessional, right? And you are not unprofessional. Acetone, what? Are you cleaning your desk or your nails? Or both? Well, I guess we have to return to the game. My desk with acetone? But I have acetone bottles. Yeah, don't eat them, please. Please don't eat them. Yeah, they are red. Red is not eat. Oh, good, good. Good to know that you work off of a color system when it comes to eating. Not strange at all. Let's see what we have here. No, not really. That's concerning. But it's not edible. Good, good, good. Acetone is just not taste. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. It's not the taste. Actually, plenty of food taste terrible, in my opinion, and they are still edible. Fortunately, there is some good news. Finally, I managed to develop a suitable filter for protection against toxic fumes of the cave system that is located to the southeast of here. So maybe those toxic fumes cause the hallucinations. Oh my god, I want that system! Why would you need an air filter? Alright, let's see what we have here. We have the safe. Don't worry about it. Okay. This clock has stopped. The screen shows the time 11:32. And that will be important in some way. Now I think the safe code is this person's birthday. But I don't think that's here. Actually, nice thing, we can skip the text scrolling. Yes, here it is. Day and the month of my birthday. I don't think it's the clock. I will try, but it would make no sense that the clock stopped. Actually, I will not try it because there is no 32nd day in a month. Let's see what we have here. Card reader. Blue access card required. I don't have that. Okay. Well, I guess there's not much more I can do here, which is concerning. Well, we still have another laboratory to visit, so let's go there. Laboratory B03. Oh, this is different. Why do I think this will not work? Door lock. The controller of this door is damaged and needs to be replaced. Well, we are not going here then. Repeater. Interesting. Well, the repeater probably works with the radar station, so let's go there. Oh, nice plants. Bush with berries. Red berries. I guess they are not edible based on the color then. Handful of red berries. Yeah, let's not eat them. Compute card, another one. I love collecting these. Maybe these will be used in the first laboratory in server number 2. That would be interesting. Computer. Okay, reminder. Al's birthday is in 7 days. We mustn't forget to congratulate him. Well, I'm assuming this Al is the same person who wrote about the password. So we know that the day on which this note was written is 7 days before the birthday, which is the password. And we actually know that this is the 17th of September. Repeaters setting. Finally, we have managed to set up a detection system for searching for constructions that are interesting for us. I have already determined the location of 2 crystals, and I think to find the remaining ones won't be a difficult thing. Interesting that you can find the crystals with a detection system. They emit a sort of frequency, or they maybe project it back, reflect it. Interesting ideas, certainly. The only problem is that the settings of the repeaters are periodically lost, and I have to manually set the frequency of their operation. The current value is 1278 Hertz. Alright. Radar station. Error. The number of active repeaters 0 out of 2. Oh, there are 2. Matrix door lock. Haha. Lovely. Can I take this suit? Oh, sorry, that's not a suit. Oh, that's a corpse. A poor person hung themselves. This corpse is several years old. Scientific equipment. A variety of devices that are necessary for the operation of the radar. Okay, of course I will search the corpse. Item received, a piece of paper. Alright. Well, now we have plenty of things actually to do, which is lovely. First of all, we can go back to laboratory 03 and set the repeater 1278, I think it was. I guess this is clean. Yes. And this is enter. Did I do that right? 1278, yes. Now the password, we can figure out the password now. And that was, I think, here. Now in a larger game, this would be somewhat confusing because you have to remember where you found this note. But if you come back to the computer, you can actually check. So here we have the password. Remembering. Cringe. But actually, for me, it's more like noting them down on a piece of paper, like in the old days. So this was 8/5. That is August. The 5th of August. And I think the other note we found about the reminder here is in the same year, yes, 17th of September, so a bit later, and it said that it is in 7 days. So we have to add 7 to 17, which is 24. So that's the 24th of September. So 2409. That's rather nice. It's a simple puzzle, but it's clever and it works within the game. Archaeologist. I picked up a crystal. Is it just me or the water level is rising? Is it just me or the room is looping back? Well, the computer is broken. Okay, this is not good. Okay, so the clock stopped. That's the only thing that I know. Crystal, extremely cold, emits a violent glow. Great, I want to leave. My password would be very not secure. Based on your birthday? I mean, every such password is rather unsecure because it's just numbers. And that is really easy to break. Okay, what can I do here? I have the clock. The clock screen displays the time 32:11. Set time 12:31. Why would I do that? Wait, 11:32. Now it's 11:32. It's always 11:32? I think yes. No, it's 32:11. So why would I change it to 12:31? Let's do it. $11:32. Now I have to admit I'm not completely following this part. So as I walked around, the clock changed, but instead of setting it back to the original, I set it to something else. Mine would be 111. Very unsafe. Oh, I see. Well, no, I know your birthday. Thank you. Alright, let's get the heck out of here, because this crystal is just dangerous. Forget it. My memory is dull, but not that dull. But at least now I know when to say happy birthday to you. So, why can't I choose that laboratory? Oh, because that's where I am. Makes sense. No. Oh, that is such an amazing emoticon. Okay, so here I need to go to the workshop again and print myself a door lock. I can also print a filter, an oxygen filter, but I don't need that yet, so we're not going to. The device is designed to control the opening and closing of doors. Well, let's go and check it out. I think number 3 was the one with the broken door. Yes, replace the controller. Would you look at that? It works. And the next door is broken. The living room. This door is jammed and you can't get inside. Why? That is... Yes, that is a narrow gap, but I think I can fit through there. Alright, storage. Alright, things are getting interesting. Rope. Well, must be nice being skinny. Skinny even. I am rather skinny. Now, what did we get? We got some rope. Durable synthetic rope. Great. In case I want to hang myself. Explosives. Pile of garbage. Various garbage. Let's search. I feel like I'm playing Crow Country again. Item received. A piece of paper. Among the garbage, you found a piece of paper with numbers. Ooh. Why is my nose all itchy again? Ah, Zeph! What are you doing with my nose? About 1 kilogram of explosive with clockwork. It has a detonator. And we have 2 pieces of paper. The first one, number 37 is drawn on this piece of paper, and number 16 is drawn on this piece of paper. So I guess that will be a code for a safe. The question is, where's the safe? Card reader. Yellow access card required. Well, I don't have that. Leave my nose alone. Well, let's see. I opened one safe. So I guess I will try to open this safe now. I'm not sure why I would find the code on scrap pieces of paper, but why not? 3716. No, I made a mistake. During cleaning, I didn't fill up my oil pan before cleaning. Alright, what is an oil pen? I'm rather confused right around now. An oil pen. It's a water brush but filled with nail oil. Wow. Are you planning to... I use it to put nail oil on my nails. Well, that actually makes sense, but were you planning to do your nails? Yellow access card. Oh, lovely. We have the yellow one. Well, I kind of also need the blue one as well. Access card for electromagnetic lock. I think that was here. No, it wasn't. It was here. No, I applied around. Around? It's good to apply every day. Oh, I see. I really don't know much about these beauty products, to be perfectly honest. I mean, look at me. But I sure never heard about such thing. Right away I thought of those old calligraphy pens, and I thought, yeah, that's probably not what you are talking about. Card reader. I have the yellow access card, so let's use it. And I think that's another server part or component. Look at these! A computer! Error. Server number 3 is not available. Don't worry about it. It's a mini lab! A small chemical laboratory. I mean, laboratory. What? Laboratory. I can't speak today. What is up with me? It's a lab for short. Huh? I'm so good. What happened? So it's a small chemical laboratory. I didn't do a mess! Congratulations! It can be used for the preparation of potion. Add wood mushroom, add red berries. No, I'm not adding anything. I can't take those plants. And this is not working, so I'm guessing that my next trip is back to the other laboratory, or we can go to the cave system, since I have the filter, or at least the item that I can use to print the filter with the 3D printer. There is still time for that, you see. There's always time to make a mess. Okay, let's print the oxygen filter. Thank you. Oh, it looks a lot like the anti-radiation filter, but I mean, makes sense. Oxygen filter. It lets you temporarily stay in a zone with toxic fumes. I don't want to make a mess, I just cleaned! Yeah, I think doing it the other way around makes much more sense. Maybe I should do meal. Maybe. It's a wild idea, now that you mention it. So indeed I can use the compute cards here. Lovely. So that's why the game tells you 2 is better than 1, that as well, but it tells you to fix the first one. right away, and the second one you will fix as well, but later on. It seems all server components are fully operational. Active and active. Nice. Everything coming together. Now this computer only mentioned server 1, so I'm assuming that server 2 is only used by the other computer, which is interesting that a computer located in another laboratory uses the same server from another laboratory, but I guess it's possible. It would be a bit odd because it's a rather long distance. What is that bluish thing on that microscope? Let's see. Flora. Oh, all green. Description of some representatives of the local flora. Here we have the connection between the sample names and the descriptions. Sample RST72, bright red berries with a strong repulsive odor. I don't know about that, but I know about the bright red berries. Big yellow berries, have not found those. Flower of bright purple color. It can grow up to 1 meter in diameter. I certainly did not see that. Fluorescent mushroom that grows in dark, isolated from light places. That could be in the cave. And sample RLT11, wood mushroom of violent color. We have those two. We are leaving. To hell with it. We are leaving. The incident with R was the last straw. We cannot wait anymore. L, if you are alive and reading this message, use the cargo ship. So there is a cargo ship. And it's there. Alright, so we are missing a blue keycard, I think. And perhaps some of the plants, as well as the crystals. Plenty of things we are missing. But let's check this cave system. Ooh, what are you? Bush with berries. Yellow berries. Yellow berries! Yes! Handful of yellow berries. Now we have 3 of the samples. I really like this idea. To a degree, even though here these items I think will be used throughout the story, it reminds me of how we could collect plants in Jedi Fallen Order, I think. And on the spaceship there was this glass wall panel piece, and you could see all the plants you collected behind it. It was a nice little collectible idea. Cave. Let's see what's in the cave. Okay. What is happening? I didn't do anything, but I'm running out of oxygen, so let's go back, take a deep breath. I'm holding my breath. I'm running out of air. Don't do this. It's not good for you. So, we have a mushroom here. Cave mushroom. Interesting mechanism opening the door, because I didn't do anything there. I think those are maybe pressure plates that I stood on? The surface of this mushroom emits a faint glow. Yes, that's the fourth. So we're only missing one thing, and that is the giant flower. Let's see what's here. Oh, we have another pocket of air. Ever so nice. I like the breathing sound. Item received crystal. Let me guess, something is wrong again. Of course, something is wrong again. I clearly remember this not being here. But I do appreciate that the time to go back, realize that there's a wall, and making our way back here is about as long as the time we can move around in the toxic air with the filter. Lever, 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 thing, corpse. This will be a fun little puzzle. Thank you, Schmoozer, for the hydrate and the stretch. Now let's see. This corpse is several years old. I think I finished my preparation. That's wonderful. Well, let's search the corpse. Blue access card. That's lovely. I needed that. Except now I have to figure out the levers. And I have no idea how to do that. Access card for electromagnetic lock. And a crystal with the same description. I guess we pull a lever. Okay, pull the other one. Pull this. Okay, so lines appear here as if charging up this tower of sorts. And I guess there is a right order. Okay, so it's 2 and then 3, and I'm assuming 1. And not 2, so 2, 3, 1, 3. No. 2, 3, 1, 1, 3. No. 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. Ha ha! That was nice how this rock descended to open the door. Oh, great. Oh. Oh, we are back here. But that means I can just leave here. Lovely. So it was a shortcut back. Okay. Well, now we have 2 of these stones. One from a laboratory and one from the cave. And now we have the blue key card. Where did I need that? Was it the radar station? I think it was. No, it wasn't the radar station, sorry. Let me think. It wasn't the reactor. Lovely map. It is indeed a lovely map. The supplies drop. This was the first laboratory I got access to, and that didn't have a keycard problem, I think. Was it this one? Oh yes, I am, as always, lost. This was the garbage pile with the poison in it, I think. Here I open this safe, And here's the card reader for the blue card that I have now. I feel like I'm playing Doom again. Oh, would you look at that? Altar. I guess I have to put the crystals on top of it. There is a recess in the center of the altar. Place the crystal. Now I need to find 4 of them, I'm assuming, and I only have 2. Which means, let's find the remaining ones. Except I don't know where they are. The file on one of the computers said that you can find the crystals with the radar. But only one of the repeaters are working. Altar? Sacrifices? Need help? I already found 2 dead people, so I think the only person alive here is me. Radar station. The number of active repeaters, 1 out of 2. Alright, so I set up that 1 repeater correctly. And now I just have to find the other one. Well, the only place I didn't go to is the cargo ship. And here's the repeater. I think it was 1278 hertz. There is a signal! There is! And here's the cargo ship. Because there's a cargo ship as well. At a cursory inspection of the ship, it becomes clear that the navigation unit has failed and requires replacement. But I do have the navigation unit from my ship, so I can replace that. The ship looks ready to fly. Fly away or to diagnose? Let's diagnose, because I don't want to crash. Some devices show anomalous values. That's not really reassuring. So let's go back to the radar station. One thing that is interesting is, so far it seems that the game has multiple endings, perhaps? Because we found the poison, and that could be an ending. Another thing could be flying away here. Or maybe finding all of the gems and then getting some kind of a secret ending by placing them on top of the altars and stepping through that gate. So let's see, radar station. Signal strength, okay. Locator, so you are saying that the gems, the crystals, are in those positions. No, that is true, or at least was, because this is the cave where I found one of them, and this is laboratory number 2, where I found one in the safe. So those are the 2 that we already found. And that's actually interesting, because you can activate this locator before finding any of the crystals, I think. So the game kind of helps. But we don't know the location of 2 others, and I guess what I have to do is look around and find some hidden location where the signal strength goes up. New location, idle. Alright, so we have one. And the other one, I'm guessing, will be somewhere here. There we go. Getting close. Almost. New location. Well. Explorer. That's a really, really fun little minigame. I have to say, maybe this is a simple game, but it's a lot of fun and it's really clever with how the entire game is put together. Well, let's go to the well. Is that the last plant I need? We found the flower! We have all 5 of them! And I got no achievement for that. Of course, I'm playing on PlayStation. There are only trophies here. Flower. Flower with large purple petals. Well, what have we here? A set of steps leads down, but most of them are destroyed and you can't use them. Tie a rope or leave. Well, we have the rope, so we might as well use it. Item lost. Rope. Well, let's descend. Ooh. Well, I don't really think the scientists built this place, and I also have a feeling that I should not let that green fluid drip onto me. You're right there. Do you know anything about this strange green fluid? You are an expert on green things after all. Also, I just realized, indeed there are steps there on the wall, but most of them are broken. Alright, let's be careful here. 1, 2, run! Cause of that, acid. Yeah. I knew it. Alright, okay. Let's be super careful here. Okay? This is really strong acid. This is xenomorph levels of strong. Okay, I see. Okay, so my idea was to wait. Xenomorph blood, yes. My idea was to wait on both of them to drip down and then go, but maybe what I have to do is... Not that. So I wait on the first one to drip down, step under, wait for the second to drip. I don't have time for that. Run! Okay, apparently my original idea was the correct one. What will happen now? Ha 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 ha! Oh, so funny. Oh, so funny. Yeah, because I mean it wasn't difficult without a time limit. Ha 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 ha! We did it. Now, let's see what's next. The idol. Now we have the third crystal. Now what I'm curious about, why do we need the explosives? And what do we use the plants for? Because now we have the plants, we know their sample codes, and we know their runes, and we can mix them, but we don't have a recipe. And I think there will be a recipe with runes. Idol. Judging by the structure of the idol, it is necessary to pour in some liquid. Okay, so we have a snake on the left, we have a Roman numeral 2 in the middle, and we have a pipe system on the right. One of the things that I love to see when people stream games or play them is whenever there's a weird symbol, they have to remember what they describe it as. What do they see in that design? Now, where could I mix these? I think that was this laboratory? No, it wasn't. It was this. This is the one with the mini laboratory, isn't it? Yes, it is! The mini lab! Okay, so we need the runes. Okay, so we had the snake, which is 1. We had the number 2, which is 4. And we had the pipe system, which is 3. So 1, 4, 3. 1. Now, I will not care about the letters here. I will just care about the numbers. That's easier. So we have 1 is 11, 4 is 16, and 3 is 72. So 11, 72, 16. Okay. And now we need the descriptions. Okay. Obviously, here the order is different to confuse you a bit, which is nice. So 11 is one we need, that is the wood mushroom. 16 is one we need, the flower of bright purple color, alright, and 72 we need bright red berries. So we need the flower, we need the mushroom, but not the fluorescent one, the wood one, and we need the berries, the red, not the yellow. Got it? Mushroom, flower, berry. Okay. Add the wood mushrooms. Add the flower. And add the red berries. I have food! Congratulations! It's time to eat. You more than deserve it. You finished cleaning. And we are playing in this mini lab, concocting some kind of a potion. One nice thing is that the order of ingredients don't change as you add them. At least that is not confusing. I was going to make other food, but then I saw that it had something I cannot eat, so now I'm sad. Oh, poor you right there. Well, enjoy your food nonetheless, whatever you made. I certainly know what it is like not being able to eat something. I definitely know. Well, we added everything, so let's mix them together. We can also clean up the mixture, so I'm assuming you can retry and you don't use up your ingredients, but mix it together. The liquid starts to glow brightly. It seems to be what you need. If you mix something together in a laboratory and it starts to glow brightly, that is mostly the exact opposite of what you need. Can I mix another one? No, I can't. And I lost all of the ingredients. Poison obtained by mixing several types of plants. Wait, potion or poison? Two radically different things. I mean, a potion can be a poison, but still. What are we concocting here? What are we doing here? Okay, so we go to the idol. And we pour this in. Pour the potion. And we got the crystal. And now I guess a crocodile appears in the water. Ah, no, not the tentacles. Cause of that, killed by tentacles. Okay, let's try this again. Pour in the potion. Get the crystal. And figure out where the tentacles are. Tentacle-chan. So what am I supposed to notice here? Like, no. I'm not sure if I'm following. Okay, what if I just go the other way? Or no, that will not work. So maybe I just have to... Alright. My idea is I have to move slowly. But I have no clue. Honestly. Okay. I'm not sure why the screen went all glitchy. What is happening here? I see nothing in the water. Maybe it's making noise. So if I make noise, I just stop. We are lagging our way to the exit. We're almost there. Yes! Ha 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 ha. Nah. We're out of that. And now we have to find that altar. Where was that? It was in one of the laboratories, wasn't it? Which one? Was it this one? Also, there were 2 saves, right? Yes, I opened this one and I opened the other one as well, I think. One had the code on the scraps of paper and the other was the birthday. And here we are. We have all 4 crystals. But an ad is incoming, so we have to wait here. What a cliffhanger, I know. So, let's see. Let's see what we have for today's random word. Frolic. Oh, that's a nice word. I think I just checked that yesterday again. Frolic, if I'm not mistaken, it means to move and jump around happily, and it has an adjective form, and if I'm not mistaken, that is frolicsome, and that means merry and happy. But let's look it up. That's why we are here, to learn about some lovely words during the break. Frolic as a verb, to play and run about happily, or to amuse oneself, make happy. And apparently it indeed has an adjective form, but that is the same, frolic, and it means full of fun. Now there is an adjective that is frolicsome as well, which means playful. So the definition is slightly different there between frolic as an adjective and frolicsome as an adjective, which is interesting. Two adjectives from the same verb and noun, because apparently there is a noun, frolic, as well. A playful or mischievous action, or an occasion or scene of fun, for example a party. Which means that frolic is a word that can be an adjective, a verb, and a noun at the same time. How nice. I have to use it somewhere to remember it. I'm not sure where, because to be honest, as much as this game is rather fun, definitely, this planet gives a little reason to frolic. So let's go back and see what is behind the altar, or rather the altars lining the wall. Place the crystal. I have to say I really like the design of this door, and I'm not sure if it's a painting on the wall around it or it's a sculpture. It's really nice. Well, here we go. We are here, where maybe no human has ever been. Or at least the scientists never got this far, because they only found 2 of the crystals. But then again, who knows who or what built this structure? It seems we will find out soon. Ooh, I'm getting a bit anxious here, so many eyes on me. And they are following our moves, all of the eyes. Absolutely amazing, love it. It's a thing. That's rather rude. Let's ask for the name. Whatever this being is the source of the anomalies. Insta explosives, touch or leave. I don't want to blow it up. That's rude. I mean, touching them is also rude, but I mean, they don't really have a mouth, as it seems, so maybe this is one way to communicate. Let's touch them. Among the random series of images that pop up in your head, you recognize the radar station. So when we touched this creature, we were able to communicate with it through telekinesis of some sorts. So I have to go to the radar station now? Alright, let's go to the radar station. I'm not sure what is there. I mean, the radar station with the repeaters can be used to locate the crystals, but to be able to meet with this thing, we have to have all the crystals already to even just go through the gate. So I'm not sure what else we could do at the radar station. Maybe it doesn't like the radar. Already read all of this. A variety of the devices that are necessary for the operation of the radar. The one thing could be that this corpse has to do something with that creature, or that we have to blow up this equipment, because as I said, maybe the creature doesn't like the radar. Maybe it annoys them, the frequencies it emits. So let's do that. Let's blow up the radar. And let's get the heck out of here. You could have really put a longer timer on that, you know? I'm not sure if I should go somewhere else or stay here, so let's stay here. Peaceful outcome. Okay, let's not go back because I can't. So I'm assuming if we stay inside, we die. Well, let's go back to the laboratory and talk to the creature. Well, as much as we can talk to the creature. Now, it's interesting why the crystals gave us these hallucinations, or maybe these visions, because I'm not even sure if those were really real, but maybe that was just their safety system of sorts, so they don't get stolen, which makes kind of sense, but you need them to open this door to talk to these creatures, so why does that make any sense? Because in one way, if the creature is the one, or its kind, that plays the gems around, then maybe retrieving the crystals is a form of a trial. So the hallucinations we saw, those are to make it more difficult, more deadly. And if you pass the trials, then you can meet with this creature. And that makes sense because we had the eye symbols and the tentacles around those places as well. I mean, the creature in the water was kind of one with a tentacle, even though that had a different color. The other thing could be that this creature was deified or feared by some locals, and so they logged it in here, and they marked the wall with these paintings to show that this creature is inside, and the keys are the crystals. Now, they were placed in these special buildings of sorts with the same symbols and markings, so it was obviously connected to this place. And the crystals gave us these weird visions because that was the security measure, so they don't get stolen. Which makes sense because they were placed in rather dangerous places, in the cave with the toxic air, in the well with the acid. So that makes more sense, maybe. And the other thing is that we had to mix local plants together, which once again suggests to me that these altars, these constructions were built by locals, and so they knew the local plants, the flora and all that, and so they used that in the puzzles, if you will, to access these places. That is rather interesting. Let's see what the thing has to say. Oh, it's asleep. It went back to sleep. So indeed the radar was disturbing them. And I do apologize for saying it. It is a creature after all. And it just wanted peace. So let them have that peace and leave. And now I'm guessing that we can leave with that cargo ship. It's a good question. Which corpse was Al? The person that they left the cargo ship behind for? At least there was that note that mentioned that if they are still alive, then they can use the cargo ship. Maybe it's one of the corpses. I mean, we found one in the radar station. And one in the cave, I think. I'm not sure. But we found no one alive on the planet, so let's use the cargo ship. And let's diagnose. All systems operate in normal mode, so there are no anomalies anymore. Well, let's fly away. You managed to survive. You managed to survive. That's a lovely trophy. And that is an absolutely lovely game. And so you learn that just because a creature is strange and you don't know it, that doesn't mean you have to destroy it out of fear. Says the monster. A bit too fitting, perhaps, but true. And I guess now we can start a new game, because there are multiple endings, and I think there are more trophies for dying in different ways. So let's find them all. It's like Pokemon, but the horror edition. Now, this is a good question. Do you really want to start a new game? Your current save will be lost. Now, if I continue, where am I? I'm right here. I can't really do anything. I already used up everything. So I do guess I have to start a new game. Okay, well, first of all, I guess we can die out of radiation. poisoning. Yes. That's one thing we can do. That's a trophy. Now, next thing. I won't read everything. I already did that. You are dead, yes. And I got a trophy for it, so who's laughing now? All the naysayers. Okay, we use this. Still don't know whose blood is on that table. Okay, punch through these rocks. I feel like a little Chris Redfield. I'm not punching boulders, I'm punching rocks. But you have to start somewhere. Okay, that's not available, that's fine. We get this. We insert our expansion cards into the empty slots. I guess that's dirty talk for an IT professional. And now we can use the computer to get this, and then this, and this. Lovely. And we are done here for the time. I have to look for that garbage. I mean, literally a pile of garbage that had the poison in it. Reactor, yes, reactor is not working. I'm sorry, but I refuse to die within a reactor. Here I will try what happens if I run out of time. I guess it's the same result as just dying without this filter, but let's see. Yeah, it is. Give me that, I will need that. Okay, now we have this. This is not the reactor building. Navigation. Navigation is not one of my strong suits, let me tell you. Alright, replace. We are good to go. Now, one thing that I didn't try last time is what happens if I try to use the 3D printer before setting the levels of the reactor. Let's see. So now it is at 54%. Last time I think it was 34 or something. And this is the same level as the reactor computer displays. So that means we have to tweak the levels a bit and reach 100%, which is not overly difficult. 67, 74, 77, 80, 84. This seems different than last time. Are the lines, are the numbers random? Also, I just realized that you can exit from a computer and a menu of it with the circle as a back button. But if you're only selecting things, right now I selected the reactor program, let's call it. I press X. And then you can see that the X in the corner of this window is selected. So if I press the use button, I exit. But how do you exit from the overall computer? But there is that red rectangle in the bottom right corner. And if I choose that, it gets a bit darker. And use that, I exit. Really nice little detail. Now we have everything set here. It is time to print ourselves a screen. Painting it would not necessarily work. Now where was that? Not here. It's right here. Replace it. Yes, we know this. And the locations. Lovely. Now I will not mess around with the save here, because I don't need that, and I don't know the code yet, at least officially. So here we go, the living room. And I think here we have the pile of garbage. And if I search within it, among the garbage you see a bottle with the inscription poison. Now this could be the same concoction that we actually made, but unfortunately I don't have the option to pick it up and then later on use it at the idol. So let's see what happens if we drink it. I guess we get a trophy for being an absolute moron. Cause of that, suicide. That's a questionable trophy. Okay, we know the radar station, we know the password. I cannot read those notes taped to the wall. Cave system, oxygen filter, good. Need that, thank you. And I cannot go there because I don't have the key card. So what do we do now? Well, I have a few things I can do. I can go to the radar station. Give me that. Give me that. Search. Piece of paper. So half of the code was in the pocket, I'm assuming, of a corpse. I see. Now I can go here and set this, but the thing is we don't have the second one yet. So what can I do next? I can print the oxygen filter. That's one thing I can do. I don't want to gather the crystals if I don't have to. And I don't think I have to just yet. I think I can do the birthday puzzle. Because that is here. And let me see. Password. Yes, we have that. The delivery problems. Yes. We don't have. We don't have the other message for that just yet. So where can we go now? Great question. But I've been to place of crash. I've been to the laboratory, number 2. I've been to the reactor, I did everything there. This laboratory I can't get in just yet. I've been to the radar station. The supply drop I already got. I've been to this laboratory and the cave system. Well, in the cave system we get a crystal, but that doesn't help us. The radar station, we got it here, and I've been there. The laboratory... with the save, but I don't have the second scrap of that. What is the next thing I have to do? I can set the repeater, one of them. Oh, here's the reminder, okay. The repeater setting, the radar station, and the door lock. Okay, so this is what I missed. You see, that's the thing, if, at least for me, if I play a game slowly and read everything, then I find the natural progression through it. If I try to speedrun it because I want something specific, or I really just go for the time for a trophy, for example, then sometimes I get confused about what do I have to do next? What did I do up until this point, or what am I missing? That kind of happens a lot. But some tea helps with all kinds of problems like that. Now we have to go here because we have this. Since I just printed it. Brand new. It's a good question if we can ever get in there. Okay, we can get the rope. Not gonna need it just yet. The explosive. And a piece of paper. Now, that piece of paper with the other one, together they tell us a code. And I think that code will open the safe that contains one of the gems. I don't want that just yet. However, here we have the password, right? Day and month of my birthday, that didn't change. I'm not sure if anything changes in the game. In 7 days, September 17th, so it's 24th of September, that's the same. 2409 as it was. So apparently it's always the same. What? Never mind. I said the day and month of my birthday. Okay. Am I in the wrong place? 7 days. 7 days, that is 2409. What am I missing here? Apparently this is not it, so am I in the wrong place? Medical point. Am I in the wrong place? Is the safe here that I want to open? No, it's definitely not here. I guess that this is the safe then. However, if I'm not mistaken, this is the place where I had that whole hallucination about drowning. So this is the one with the gem. I'm not about to open this one. So I was in the right place. I just tried to use the wrong code. So the right code here is not the birthday. It is the 2 scraps that we found, which are, I'm assuming the same, 3716. And now we have the yellow access card. And now I just have to figure out where that went. It was one of the laboratories, if I'm not mistaken. Not this one, because this is the smaller. Was it here? No, this requires the blue one. What is this smell? It's a strange smell. It almost smells like a fae. I don't know many faes. Really, only a few. But this one smells familiar. Zeph, are you booping my nose again? Why so attractive in my nose for you? Tell me. You do smell nice, however. Now we have the last server piece, which is interestingly placed there, since we need the server up and running for that exact place. So it is clever. Stop with the booping! I'm trying to die in as many various and interesting ways as possible. This is serious business, because you don't let me pull your tail. I'm still not in my fox form, you know, right? Just saying. Wouldn't it be a bit strange, in your opinion, to pull my tail in this form? Now, this is working. We have the flora. We are leaving, and the cargo ship. There's the cargo ship. Now, where did I find this? I will check that later, just to be thorough here. No, it wouldn't. Okay. It was 2 was it 2 free or was it 1 free? Let me check. Repeater setting 1 2. Okay. 1 2 7 8. All right. Oh, it's missing a piece. Right. At a cursory inspection of the ship, it becomes clear that the navigation unit has failed and requires replacement. No, it wouldn't. I see, I see. Well, let's scavenge what we can. Navigation block. Can I do anything else around here? No. It's kind of a nice ship. I do like the design of it. Definitely. Now, next thing we have is we have to go here and replace the navigation unit. Now, we can try to diagnose and it will say that not everything is alright, so let's just fly away. I guess we will just crash because of those. It was worth a try, yes, those anomalies. Because of that explosion. Oh, I guess you can explode here and you can also explode if you are standing right next to the explosive. Makes sense. So that was another ending of sorts. Alright. Well, let's go back here and set this. 1 2 7 8. And now I can go to the radar station and use the radar. So one is right here and one is on the other side of this place. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It's right here somewhere. That's where the well is. Okay, so now we have all the 4 crystal locations. The question is, what can we do with them? Now, we have the cave, the well, the idol, and the safe. So let's go to the safe first. I think that safe is here, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am mistaken. It's in the laboratory here. So this safe is the one that contains one of the gems, right? The clock has stopped. The screen shows the time 11:32. Now wait a moment. There is a tiny detail that is confusing me here. This is B01. That is right up there on the top, next to the cave. If we go here to the radar will show us that one of the crystals is there, but that is not Laboratory 1. Laboratory 1 would be here somewhere. That is 2. And there would be one around here that is 3. Just look at the map. You see? That's strange. Well, let's open this. Well, this is the one with the birthday. And I mean, there is no dead body here, so we don't really know who L is, because in this building we do have the password document here, and he says I set the day and month of my birthday, right? And here's the poison, so he might have taken that poison. And as you can see, the password talks about his own birthday. Then the reminder says L's birthday, so we know that was L. And then in the We Are Leaving, it says the incident with R was the last straw. We cannot wait anymore. L, if you are alive and reading this message, use the cargo ship. So where is L? Now we only find 2 bodies, and the incident, I would assume, is the person who is in the cave, who died probably because of the toxins in the air. So that's probably R. And L is the person who hung themselves in the radar station. Maybe it's the other way around, because a suicide can be an incident and they talked about some hallucinations, but I think it's more likely the other way around. Now with that said, let's open this safe and get the crystal. So this was 2409. And there's the crystal. Now this clock says 11:32. If I leave here, it still says 11:32. So let's go back. It still says 11:32. Now I'm not sure if I'm really just going back and forth here. Apparently no, because I went right and then left and right again. And now it says 32:11, so it's the other way around. But why would I set the time to 12:31? I mean, that's a third variation of these 4 digits, but I do not understand it. However, I can do that, because I need to drown here, I think. So I will go around a bit and save that house with the water level rising. Well, I guess we have to wait here a bit. This is definitely one of the more forgiving puzzles, even though I have to admit I still don't fully understand it. But dying here is, well, let's be honest, it's kind of a feat to achieve, because, well, normally the only thing you can interact with is the clock. So if you just run around, you you will later or sooner realize that you can interact with it, and the game tells you what you need to set the clock to, not to figure it out in this limited time. Let's see if we get something. Come on. Your nose is definitely underwater already. Yes! Because of that drowning! We did it! Haha. Alright. You rather rarely hear someone be so happy about drowning. I am making pasta. What kind of pasta? There's so many types of pasta out there. I barely know anything about them, but I'm more than interested. So if you go through 3 doors, it will change. Then you go through another 3 doors and it changes. Okay, so it's every 3rd time you go through a door. I'm not sure what this time setting is about. It's back to 11:32. You are dead, yes. And nothing changed here. So again, it shows that the trap, even though you can die in it, it is a hallucination because we return here and, but first of all, the room is not flooded. The doors are not looping back to themselves, and the computer is not broken now. Now, it could have been an interesting little secret if something appeared on the computer, but it is, I think, the exact same. Yes. I throw together what I find in my kitchen. That's a dangerous thing. That's a really dangerous thing, especially if you live with a pet. You see, for me especially, because my kin are numerous in numbers or number. They are pretty much everywhere. So if I just throw together whatever I find in my kitchen, they will be in it too. And as much as they wouldn't really mind to take a swim in some cheese sauce, it would be a nightmare to get it out of their fur. I mean, I think the others would lick it off of them. I don't live with a pet. Well, that's better. But I still highly advise against baking your phone. Are the rats throwing poop? No, of course not. Why would they? They're not monkeys. They're rather clean animals, you know. Now, what is the next thing I have to do? I did this. Now I have to go to the cave system. Now, in the cave, I think we didn't die. So, let's fix that problem. Now, funny enough, I think we have just about time to do both of these. I might have been a bit too greedy. Suffocation. My brother's rats did that. Male pets are like that sometimes. You always put some emphasis on male pets. I notice you always say that the male ones are the troublesome ones. Also interesting, you can get out of the toxic fumes just by entering the door. Which I knew, but I wanted to test if you can be greedy, and well, you can. Now, I'm pretty sure if I suffocate during the trial, it's the same thing, so... I won't do it again. And the male bunnies poop everywhere, while the female ones have a corner. M-A-I-E. They are stupid. I'm assuming you are talking exclusively of rabbits when you make that statement. So I think this is R, if I'm not mistaken. Pull the lever, Kronk. I'm pulling it. I'm pulling all of them. Wrong lever. Yes, it is. I noticed. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think the code here is the same as well, because it repeated the first one. Alright, well, we did this one as well. Absolutely lovely. No. No, as in what now? Now, what is the last two things? Well, we have to go to the well. Now, in the well, I don't have to die on purpose because I died here plenty of times already. But I will check what is this? Is this acid as well? Apparently yes. Did you know that vacuum cleaners needed an extra safety thing because a man stuck their penis in it and got very badly hurt? Staked. I mean, with stalked, it's more of a Christmas vibe. I see. I'm actually more interested in what way they got hurt, but okay, so you're saying that male humans are somewhat stupid too. Well, good thing that I'm a monster. Though, let's not be unrealistic. Female humans can be pretty silly at times too. Now, what is the next thing that I have to do? I have to use the mini laboratory that is not here. Right? Mini lab was in laboratory 3. I think, yes. I already set the repeaters. The ventilation thing. The what now? Okay, now here's a question. What if I mix the wrong things? Because I can do that. What if I add everything to it? The liquid in the flask does not show any special properties. Alchemist! So you get a trophy for messing up the potion. Lovely. Okay, clean. Okay, and now I can do it again. Now I'm assuming it will be the same thing. Me? You? Oh, you are an alchemist. Why are you calling me out? Well, I got a trophy named after you, I guess. I'm not sure if it's flattering or not that you get the trophy if you mess up mixing the ingredients and not for actually creating the right mixture. talk to the developer. So I think we needed wood mushrooms and the flour. Let's mix these two. Nothing. Okay, so I can add less, I can add more, yes. But I think it's always the same ending. It's either the right potion or not showing any special properties. So I think this was the right mixture. Yes. And now we need to bring that. I still can't get in there. That's annoying. That's annoying. I want to get in there. I see a hole like that. I get curious. Now, where do I have to go? Now we have to go to the idol. Funny enough, this was the one place where I felt that it will be the safest to get the gem, because we're outside, it's a big open place, what can happen? And I died plenty of times. Okay, we got the gem. So I was right about the idea with the splashing sounds, and if I return, it's back to normal. I can't interact with this, and there is no tentacles coming from the depths. Well, some are happy about that, some are not so. Now, what do I have to do here? I have to go back to 03, no, 01, I think it is. And I have to talk to that creature. I do have the blue access card already. I don't know if I checked last time, but no, you cannot open the door without setting the crystals. I guess the order is completely irrelevant here. And here we are. And an ad is starting up soon. Would you believe that? Now let's talk to the thing. But we can blow up the thing again or touch it. Okay. Irrelevant? Just like me. No, you are not irrelevant. Don't be silly. Now here's the thing. I didn't do anything. I did not touch the creature. So what happens if I go back to the radio station? Or radar station would be the correct word there. Will I be able to blow it up, or the developer paid attention so you cannot do that without actually knowing why you are doing it? Yep. Clever. So you cannot just blow it up out of whimsical nonsense. And here's the ad break. So it is time once again to get a lovely word What do we got now? Tit. Oh, I love it. Now you might be asking why I added that word, but the reason is rather simple, because it has two meanings. Think of the children. Yes, you are right. You are definitely right about that. We should definitely think of the children. Let me do that right away. I wasn't ready for such, but you are right. You are definitely right. That's a bit too big there. Goodness, dread rats. What are you saying here? So, this word, which, well, you can't read it, but it's there, is rather fun for me, because, you see, I have a rather dirty mind. It happens when you get this old. And why I like tit is because as a slang term, mostly in plural, it's used rather often, but there is a bird, a rather common bird with many species that is also called a tit. And if you like birds, you can just talk about them and no one bats an eye. You have a dirty mind? Should I clean? No. Trust me. You could not clean up my mind. It's not only broken, but it's really dirty. So let me actually look it up. I'm curious. Do a bit of an ornithology quest here. So we have a small bird in the tit family. Already, that sounds lovely. And look at this Wikipedia page, or rather listen. The tits, a family of small birds. Isn't that just beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. Now I'm curious about what kind of subspecies we have, or rather species. The family contains 62 species, most of them called tit. So we have one of the most common one, the great tit, which is, well, that's a compliment in itself. But that's not all. We have blue tits, azure tits, if you want to be fancy about it. What else do we have here? Sultan tit. It's a rather nice bird, I have to say. Yellow-browed tit. Fire-capped tit. That's some pyromaniac stuff. Of course, you have the elegant tit. If you're in those classes, the cold tit for the dirty occasions. You have the ashy tit if you are a smoker. And if you have this kind of tit, you can call you righty, because we have the dusky tits, which almost sounds like dusty. And as we all know, Urite really dislikes dust, apparently. There are also blue-foot boobies. Yes, yes, indeed. That is the plural, actually. I think they are just called boobie. And that's the trick of it, that if you want to make a double entendre, you have to talk about the birds in plural. But indeed, it's a really whimsical looking bird. I think they are called blue-footed boobies, but let me look it up. Yes, indeed, blue-footed boobie. And would you believe that word is also on my list? They are really fun little birds, and I mean, again, here's the thing. If you are talking to a bird lover, you can really genuinely ask, who doesn't like seeing a nice pair of boobies? And I think they will agree. And many other people will agree as well. But they can't judge you because you are talking about birds. So, let's go back to the game. Now, where was I? Yes, I tried to blow something up. And, well, good question. I don't want to play through the game again. But I'm not really into that. Blowing things up or boobies? I'm assuming the latter. And I can understand that, but my cat likes watching them. Your cat likes watching tits? I like your cat. Boobies, yes, I can understand, but then again. And we have a nesting box for them in my parents' garden. Oh, I have... My mind is way too dirty to read that and not giggle. But yes, you're right, I can understand, but then again, let's not forget that at least in today's English, people say that males can have boobies as well, which are, as far as I know, officially are the pectoral muscles, but some people are really into those, so it's something for everyone. Now let's see what to do with this thing. Though, interestingly, there are all kinds of tentacles here, and well, there are some tentacles here too, but not that many. Yeah, people do like that. Not mine though. Not into the muscular type. A lot of people seem to like really muscular man. That's their thing. And I respect that. I never saw the appeal, to be honest, myself, but well. Now I just have a big chest for my body. Is that a good thing or a bad thing in your opinion? because I'm sure someone would find that rather attractive. It just is. That's a good way of looking at things. Now, what shall we do with this thing? Well, we can touch it and then we go on with the mission. Or we install the explosives. Now, here's the thing. We can actually touch it and then still install the explosives. We just have the option to install the explosives in a different place as well. And there's one thing that I want to try out before we go and blow something up. And that is, can we blow up that door that is stuck? Maybe it's a foolish idea, but I want to get in there. And I have no other idea how I could do that. So, where was that? I think it was here. Can I blow this up? No. Apparently that is one place where we cannot get to. Unfortunate. Well, let's go and blow up a thing. But I have to admit that I rather like the idea of this creature in this game, because as you play through it, you are not really expecting it. And I also really appreciate that it is not a hostile entity. It's not the cliche monster that wants to kill you. And you really have a choice here. Now I will just stand here because I'm a maniac and see what happens. I guess I could have gotten the trophy for blowing myself up here as well, not only on the spaceship, but well, we already have it. Oh, it threw me back to the save right before I came here the first time. So right after I entered this room for the first time, and that's why we had this little madness effect glitch playing. Alright. I guess I have to come out of there. Let it burn. And I can go back. And there's the platinum. And we just completely destroyed this area. That's interesting that we got the chance to come back here after the explosion, unlike with the radar station where you couldn't return. Wow, indeed, we got a platinum, and it only took a few hours, so I think I have a new record holder for the quickest platinum. But again, with a short game like this, it's no surprise. So let's see, can I leave now? So I can replace the navigation unit. And I guess I can just leave because no more trouble around this place. Now, one thing that I want to check, if I replace the navigation unit, and try to diagnose, will I get any anomalies? No. So it's back to normal. So the two ways you can leave the planet, and really the two endings, is either blowing up the creature and thus ending the anomalies, or blowing up the radar station so the creature can return to slumber and we can leave because the anomalies are no longer active. Which is rather nice. I do prefer not killing actually the creature. But we'll see what was the more commonly chosen pet. The trophy percentages will let us know. So let's fly away. And we managed to survive. So let's see, what did we get? And actually I didn't want to check the trophies after my first playthrough because I didn't want to spoil anything. I didn't even want to know how many trophies I got and how many are remaining, because that would have spoiled maybe how many ways we can die and such. But it seems we found every way to get murdered on this lovely planet. So let's see. Can I have the icons of the trophies as well? Or I have to play the game again and pay for premium? Please, PlayStation. Can I have my trophy icons? No? I see. Someone is playing hard to get. Well, I will give it a moment. But it's interesting that 98.2% has the first trophy. And 91.1% actually did everything in the game. So this is a rather easy platinum, for sure. Now let me check my my profile statistics overall and see what we managed to do here. So we got 18 trophies. The game has 18 trophies overall. Or a game that people just get for the platinum. That is true. However, as much as I like trophy hunting, I think I talked about this once before, I enjoy the process of trophy hunting. I'm not going for the results, the high scores, the number of trophies I have, or my level on PSN. And I don't want to buy a game just because it's an easy platinum. I actually remember there was a time frame in the last 2 years, sometime around that, when a lot of these easy shovelware games were published on the PSN store, and some trophy hunters just purchased those games by the dozen for 1, 2, 3 euros and got as many platinums. But I don't see the appeal of that, because already it is true that no two trophies are alike in a way. So I have the platinum of this game, and I have the platinum of Resident Evil 2. It's it's not really in the same league when it comes to difficulty or the time you have to spend with the game. So I never look at the trophies just purely based on that type. I look at the completion rate of a game, or how many people, what percentage unlocked a certain trophy. But I never buy a game just to get easy trophies. I do remember that there was a game that I actually played that was really easy to platinum really quickly, and what I did was I played it and then I stopped right before I got the last trophy, because I didn't want to have my quickest platinum rigged in a way. I wanted my quickest platinum to be a game that I actually played and I wanted to play, and as much as this is a really simple and short game, I think it's really fun, and it's actually really nicely made in my opinion. It's not this quick cash grab, and just the pixel graphics are rather nice, and they are simple, but I think a lot of time went into this game if it was really just developed by one person or even by multiple. It's a PP measuring contest! Almost, but this is an EPP measuring contest, because this is electronic, and so you have to put the E there. Or, if it has to do with Apple products, then you have to put an I there. Really important. So, electronic PPs? That doesn't say so. Because real PPs are not. And have another name that starts with D. Really? Really? It starts with a D. Electronic PPs that starts with a D. What could that be? Yes! Wait, yes to what? Wonderful timing with the raid. Welcome in, raiders, and welcome in, Physalia. How are you doing today? Of course, before I start rambling again, if anyone needs to raid and run, I more than understand. I know how tiring a long stream can be, but if you have a moment, please take a seat and tell me about what you were doing. Let me see, they last streamed FNAF1. Wow. Even the category of the game is an acronym. I'm assuming that is Five Nights at Freddy's. Hi, Motitech! Welcome in! Thank you for the shout out. Of course, you more than deserve it. Thank you so much for trusting your community to me. How was Five Nights at Freddy's? It is an old, well, older by today's standards game. So how was it? Funny enough, I don't think I ever really played any of the Five Nights at Freddy's games. I think I played the demo of the first one, if it had one, or I tried it out, but I never played any of them. It was fun, first time playing ever. Wow, that's wonderful. I actually know that it also was ported to PlayStation, if I'm not mistaken. It even has a physical release. It's a collection of the first however many games. I'm not even sure, because there's a lot of Five Nights at Freddy's games. There's obviously the numbered ones, which maybe still holds the record for the quickest trilogy in gaming. I mean, even the old games, like back in the 90s, Doom, Tomb Raider, Resident Evil, even those games took a few years to develop, whereas I think Five Nights at Freddy's was 1 or 2 years. And then it has, I think, the sister location. It also has some management simulator. I'm not even sure what that is about. And then there are the new 3D ones, but I don't think those are developed by the same person. Moat attack! Wait, why is everything on fire? I know that mods like lights, but you don't have to set everything on fire. It's not. It's not good for the mods to be on fire. No, they are not. I see. Fire is fun. No, don't say light. No. Everything is going up in flames. This is wonderful. Fire, light the fire, ignite those beating hearts. What? I can almost hear Urite chanting that. Oh goodness. I can also almost hear Zeph screaming arson in the background. Yes, I quoted the HoloLive VTuber song. That's really a song. Ah, goodness. Oh, the crazy things in this VTuber community. Are you guys available for weddings? Unfortunately, I have to run, but have fun and take care. Thank you so much. Actually, I was just about to finish my stream because I managed to platinum this game, but I yet to check all the trophies I got. I never married, thanks. Well, never married in the past. You can still do it in the future, and you can have a wedding with fire, apparently. Though I think you are more into the green color rather than the red ember of flames. So let's see what we actually got. Because I started playing this lovely indie game today, and apparently I got all 18 trophies of it. And this is my new fastest platinum. I think my previous one was also a game I played on stream. It was called... what was it called? Let me think. Without Escape. I did that according to my trophy tracking website in 6 days and 23 hours. One time I got rather close was recently, because I remember, yes, with Carrion, I platinumed that game in 1 week and 3 hours. So I was only 4 hours away. But this game definitely beat all the other games I ever played. In 2 hours and 23 minutes, we got the platinum. Would you look at that? Queen! Yes. If you Couldn't tell right away. Uraite really likes the color green. His name is in green, and that is no coincidence. I'm not sure what can be green at a wedding, but if he ever gets married, everything will probably be green. Maybe a green suit, a green tie. Who knows? I mean, anything can be green. Green nail polish. Hopefully the dishes will not be green, because that would be concerning. So let's see, what did we get? That's a given, of course, everything is green, yes. So I think the first trophy I got was the Wonders of Technology. Green cake! I hope it would be green because of food coloring and not through natural aging. But yes, you can definitely make a green cake. I'm not sure what theme you could make. Maybe plants? Or what else is green? But based on pop culture, anything radioactive or poisonous is also green, but I'm not sure if that's the vibe you want to go with. What is something? Food coloring. Yes, but you need a theme for the cake. Oh, that's not real. Of course it is not real, but Hollywood is not good with science. But it would be cool. Yes. Oh, I know. You need a cake that is nail polish. Like a huge bottle of nail polish. It would be wondrous. And all the inside would be green, like the nail polish. That would be pretty interesting. Now I want to look that up. You saw one! Wow. They stole my idea before I even had it. That's plagiarism. The CEO of a nail polish brand commissioned one. Wow. Okay, that's actually a pretty good idea. I still find it fascinating that companies like to commission these really elaborate custom cakes based on whatever they are working with, and I would love to chat with the people who actually bake and create these cakes, because I'm pretty sure there are some really interesting requests. Like, okay, a nail polish bottle is kind of a simple kind of shape, not many colors, but imagine if you have to create something for a nail salon or a hairdresser. Now, what do you do? It's crazy, because you have to come up with an idea and you have to make it work somehow. And as much as cake is really delicious, here the looks are really important too, and you have to give it some structure. But let's see what we have here. Interestingly, the first trophy I got was Wonders of Technology. Make an object using 3D printer. And you can see the little 3D printer there, which is interesting. That I think is never shown in the actual game, because there is no animation when you use the 3D printer. So this was, I think, custom made to be an icon for a trophy, which I appreciate. And it has a little frame, and also the background with that scan-lined green screen. Rather nice, and we made the screen here. I mean, that's the first thing you have to make. So it would make sense if that was being created there, but I'm not sure because that's purple. But it makes sense that the only bronze trophy in the game is the first. Except more people managed to die from effects of radiation because of that radiation with the symbol there. And that is only possible to do if you do what I did and walk up right to the wreckage of your ship. Now you can obviously die from radiation poisoning in other places in the game. However, if you want to do it before you use the 3D printer for the first time, I think the only source is the ship. I think yes. Or maybe you can go to the reactor. Can you go to the reactor then? I'm not sure. Maybe you can get there as well, but it's interesting to me that more people manage to die from radiation than use the 3D printer. Because again, if you can go to the reactor, you would need to go there and that's another location without using the 3D printer in the first place where you have to go. Or you can even pick up the filter that helps you and just wait for too long around radiation, but I think that's more of a deliberate choice than a mistake. Cause of that commit suicide. So how you can do this, we have the little bottle of the poison that we actually never get to see. How you can do this is you find a bottle labeled poison in a pile of garbage, and it asks you whether or not you want to drink it. And apparently the large majority of people just said yes to that, whereas I did not. I only got it the second time around when I figured that you get trophies for dying in different ways. Archaeologist, find the crystal. Yes, the first crystal I found was in the safe. And you can see as the world is glitching out. I guess this is when the room starts to get flooded. And you have to solve the puzzle to survive. Really nice. 2 is better than 1. Restore the operation of both servers. Indeed, when we return there, and you can see the server there, which is, again, that I think is a custom sprite, because the servers were taller than that. They had 4 cards inserted, and even the one where you could check their status had a screen. There is a signal. Restore the operation of repeaters. Yes, we did that as well. The second one being right next to the cargo ship. And we have the antenna there, or antennas, and the satellite dish. Now I think this exact sprite is used in the cover art of this game. I'm not sure, I will be honest. If if it appears like this in the game. Next one. Cause of death, suffocation, O2. Yes, sweet O2. Die from effects of toxic fumes. Indeed, that is the only place where you can. And here I was trying to do too much and run back to safety, but had no time to do so. Sad. Then we have cause of death, explosion. Die in an explosion, which I managed to do by trying to leave with the spaceship. But I think you can also do it by standing too close to the bomb that you plant. Rather nice. White screen. It was worth a try. Yes, I got these two together. Try to fly away from the planet, not solving the problem with the source of the anomalies. Indeed. It happened at the same time. And we have the little cargo ship, or rather a tiny version of the cargo ship in the icon. Here we had an explosion. But you can see that these are smaller sized pixel art. Explorer, find all the locations. Oh, with the locator. Okay, so not all the locations on the map. But also maybe that, because the new location is found here as well. Now I'm not sure if you can skip this. I will be honest. In the way that you discover new locations by reading documents and such. Now, in theory, if you don't pick up a document, you don't read it, you will not know of a location. And in that case, finding these two locations with the radar wouldn't be the last two. However, I'm not sure if you can do that, because you kind of have to go everywhere to be able to restore the radar, at least I think. But it's a nice one. I'm not sure what that star wants to mean. Maybe the directions. Cause of that, acid. Yes, an acid drop. Beautiful green. Die due to acid exposure. Yeah, that happened. And I mean, it was pretty much the character's toe that touched the acid. We were already dead. Cause of death, killed by a monster. Die after a monster attack. Yes, that's a tentacle. And that is us getting pulled down by said tentacle. I mean, this is kind of flattering to me because killed by a monster. And also, it's a tentacle in the icon of a trophy. Pretty neat. You managed to survive, pass the game. So this is, I guess, leaving however you want. So this is either of the endings. let it burn, destroy the source of the anomalies, is blowing up the creature. Now it's a good question. Now that I think about it, if you're standing in the radar station when you blow it up, I'm pretty sure that you die because that's a pretty small building. However, with the thing, as they called it, with the thing, it's different because that is a rather large hole. So maybe because we were able to go back through the door and see that the ceiling collapsed, maybe if you remain inside in front of the door, then you don't die by the explosion, but I'm really not sure. That's just a theory. But it seems more people blew up the poor creature, which, you know, that is just sad. That is just sad that people do that. Alchemist, try to prepare a potion using 5 components. Oh, I thought... I really thought you just have to mess it up. Apparently no, you just have to go all in. So it seems that this trophy is really about Uraite, because it's not about messing up the potion, it's just going all out. And I think that is definitely a good description. So this was the exact description I see and requirement. Cause of death, drowning, drown in the water. Yes, I mean that takes some patience to do so. That's understandable. And there we have some bubbles, and here we have a flask. I think that's the flask of the actual potion or poison, and as it was called in the game, in the item description. Good question, why? That wasn't necessarily explained, but I still like that it was a little hint there that, hey, this might be dangerous. Not that we had the option to drink it. I kind of like to believe that the poison we found in the garbage was the same mixture, and that would mean that the scientists were trying to do the same thing, since they already cracked the connection between the symbols and the plants and all that. So I do like that idea, even though based on the icon of the trophies, that is not the case. It's a different container and a different colored liquid compared to this. Peaceful outcome. Eliminate the source of anomalies without destroying it. That's really nicely worded. That you eliminate the source, but you're not destroying it. Which is interesting. Most of the time, eliminating something means that you destroy it, but here I think the idea is that you didn't necessarily eliminate the source, you eliminated the anomalies, because you destroyed the radar that indirectly caused the anomalies, because I guess the signal disturbed that creature, and that was the source. And I guess that's a tiny version of that scientific device that we blew up. So again, this is a smaller miniaturized version of the sprite, much like with the servers. It looks like that device, but it is redrawn in a smaller scale. And yes, right here we blew it up. And here we have Planet RIX-13 Platinum. Good job, completed all tasks. And I guess that is a platinum colored helmet, I would say, from the front for killing this poor creature. But it's really nice. I really like how the icons are drawn. As you can see, they are rather unique. And we got the platinum. And apparently the rarest thing is to be peaceful, which was the first option I chose. And I really have to say that I like how this game gave us that choice. And it gave us a hint, rather. It wasn't... I don't want to say that it wasn't obvious, because it kind of was. But it gave us the hint that you have to do something at the radar station. And as much as that is, well, pretty obvious because you have limited options. You can look at the computer and realize there's nothing there that you can do or you haven't done. And 2, you can now blow up that computer. But what I really like is it didn't just give us the mission outright. The creature didn't tell us, hey, I don't really like that radar signal, can you get rid of it? Or can you blow that computer up? It was subtle, and at least the player has to think a bit about it. And I really like that, because you get that line of text that you see, that vision, but after that you are presented with the option of blowing the creature up again. So it's not that obvious that you have a choice, that you can do something at that radar station. And it was a nice surprise to me that when I went there, yes, we could do something there. When we return to the creature, it's asleep, and we have a different ending. I think that's really nice that it has this, I don't want to say secret ending, because it's pretty obvious, but it still has a nice, rewarding feeling. And with that, I think it is time to find someone to raid before the ads starts running. Funny enough, I read that this game is around an hour long, and so I thought, well, maybe I do something else later on. But apparently if I play something, even an hour is enough for 4. So let's go and raid Zeph actually today. Because they are celebrating their first streaming anniversary and they are playing Worming from Home, a game that I actually found earlier, and its demo was released just recently and I tried it out, and it's a rather fun little game. I have to say, it's a lovely little concept. You are playing as a literal worm working from home, I think as an accountant assistant or something like that, but it's a heck of a concept. So with that said, I thank you for joining me today on this interesting little game. I will be back next week. Until that, have a great day, and as always, good night.